1 2 1 2 1 2.
Versuch's. Oh, ich teste. Okay.
Did you test sound, Sizwe? Have you checked the sound? Sound check. Huh? Sing. I've been singing the whole weekend. I cannot. I was in a retreat. I'm gonna be talking. How are you, Sizwe? Testing 1 2 1 2 3. Good morning, Sizwe. Sizwe, hi. Are you gonna be changing laptops? Is there gonna be a present?
A very good morning, honourable members. It's 6 minutes past 10. We will start our meeting. You are all welcome to this very important meeting this morning, which is essentially a meeting to discuss the scoring outcomes of our NYDA interviews, or following our NYDA interviews. I see that we've got guests in the room, so I'm going to start by asking honourable members to introduce themselves. We'll start on this side, we'll go down to our support staff, we'll come back up on this side. Honourable Spies.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and to our visitors. I'm Eleanor Spies, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Fisani Shabangu. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Honorable Tiamo Toteti, and then I am a member of this committee, and you can go, Miken.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, and also to our guests. My name is Tsegofadzo Megan Chauke. I am a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Chair. I'm Honorable Fekane. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm Angel Kanyile. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kosile Tlape. I'm an alternate member of the committee.
This morning you assume the responsibilities as a full-time member as per Rule 156 of the National Assembly rules. You do have voting powers today, Honourable Tlhape. You told us last time it was all in vain, but today, you are now today the main member in place of Honourable Jasmine Peterson, who is off sick.
Thank you,
Yeah. Introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Krista Levendale, Researcher to the Committee.
Good morning, I'm Tasneem Matthews, Researcher to the Committee.
Yolanda.
Good morning, members. My name is Yuli Swalando. I provide communication support for the committee.
Yolanda.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Yolanda Sili, and I'm the Secretary in the Office of the Chairperson.
Please introduce yourselves.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Zama Mngube, who's a researcher of the ANC.
Good morning, Chair. I am Mandi Sambo Chelwa from Rape Crisis.
Good morning, Chair. I am Lisa Kanya from Rape Crisis.
Morning, Chair. I'm Herman Tembe, Office on Institutions Supporting Democracy in the Speaker's Office. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. I'm Vabato Mezweni, the Secretary of the Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. The name is Idla Arnold, and I'm from Parliamentary's Legal Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members and guests and colleagues. I'm Kashfa Abrams, the Content Advisor to the committee.
Thank you so much, honourable members. In front of you is the agenda for this morning. You all would have received a copy. I want to ask whether we can move for the adoption of the agenda before us this morning, and then also ask for a seconder. Any honourable member? Honourable Spies moves for the adoption. A seconder, please. Honourable Shabango, seconds.
Seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Dumizweni, can you please deal with the apologies for the morning for us?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The only apology that we have received as the committee was an apology from Honorable Peter Singh, who indicated that she's not feeling well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know because Comrade or Honorable Pepe, Powane, she was admitted yesterday, so she is also booked off sick. Thank you.
Okay, we wish her a speedy recovery. Honourable colleagues, I'm going to deal with a couple of matters by making formal remarks before I announce the top 10 candidates following. Yes, Honourable Whip.
Chair, may I, before we proceed, request Honourable or Comrade Mvava to just assist me with the documents that were shared. On my side, they are not accessible, so the documents are not opening.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, while he assists you, I'm just going to table some formal remarks and then hand over to Dr. Tembe from there. So, Ms. Mdumisweni, if you can assist. Honourable colleagues, you are all welcome. I've welcomed all honourable colleagues. Dr. Tembe, representing the Office of Institutions Supporting Democracy, South Africans and young people in particular that are following us online, good morning to everyone. Youth unemployment in South Africa, as we know, honourable members, remain a national crisis. It remains one of the biggest threats to South Africa's democracy, our future progress and our nation's collective growth. To that end, the National Youth Development Agency is one of the most important public entities in South Africa. The term of the current board, as you all know, honourable members, lapsed on the 30th of November last year, and President Ramaphosa has appointed an interim board. It is against this background that the Portfolio Committee was tasked by the Honourable Speaker to embark on a process to find new candidates to be considered for a new NYDA board. In September of last year, we had received 1,412 applications by the end of November 2024. Members then exercised their prerogative on the 3rd of December, guided by Section 9(4) of the NYDA Act, which finds expression in our shortlisting criteria to shortlist 20 candidates for interviews. During the public commentary period, we received overwhelmingly positive comments about our shortlisted candidates. The negative comments we received were very minimal. However, on Friday, we received a letter from a legal firm representing one of the interviewed candidates, indicating that they want the process halted and restarted because of a breach that had occurred in terms of the POPI Act. The allegation is that we, as a portfolio committee, leaked the outcomes of our scoring process that was held at M46 last week, 4 March, which was broadcasted live on our YouTube channel. Honourable members, we have an obligation to run a fair, open and transparent process. The Constitution says a parliamentary committee meeting may not be closed to the public unless it's reasonable and justifiable to do so in an open and democratic society. Hence, our meeting was open to the public and it was live broadcasted. At the commencement of the meeting, the ground rules for the do's and don'ts were spelled out to members. It was agreed that during the deliberations, the candidates would be referred to by code and pronouncements of their shortlisted names will be made at the end or the conclusion of deliberations. I want to remind honourable members that the Bill of Rights guarantees freedom of expression to each one of us. Members of Parliament enjoy freedom of speech in Parliament. We cannot be prosecuted, arrested, imprisoned, or be expected to pay damages for anything they say or produce in a parliamentary committee. Furthermore, the Constitution provides that other privileges and immunities of the NA may be prescribed by national legislation. With regard to the actions of a new member of our committee, we did caution this honourable member right from the start that we disassociate ourselves with the collective, as a collective, with some of the lines of questionings he took during the interview process. We even went as far as indicating to the honourable member that his engagements with candidates will not be factored into our scoring process, which he agreed to. Therefore, his participation had no influence on our scoring process, and this is important to note. With regard to the allegations made by the legal firm, which I took note of, that there was an alleged scoring sharing information online on a WhatsApp group called ANC NDR Motor Forces, and a Facebook post by a Durban-based journalist on the evening of Wednesday, 5 March 2025, I did not deem this important to address, as it was not an official committee document or an official committee communique. Moreover, at glance, it was incorrect collation of the information that we had discussed. I want to therefore state categorically that formal decisions of this portfolio committee can only be communicated by its chairperson through a formal minutes and on a parliamentary letterhead. There is also the announcements, tablings, and committee reports, ATCs, which is an official document and communicates parliamentary information and not rumours. We as a committee can therefore not be held responsible for information that was not compiled by us, was not distributed by us, and was not formally announced by us, and was not communicated via an official parliamentary channel. So the allegation that we deliberately shared information to humiliate a candidate or infringe on his constitutional rights must be condemned and rejected. It is devoid of any legal basis or fact. The formal results of the scoring process will only be announced this morning, and which I'll do shortly. May I also point out that candidates signed declarations consenting to their personal information being published on the parliamentary website, consenting to participating in interviews that were live broadcasted, thereby consenting to a process that would unfold in front of the nation's glare, and consented therefore to an open and transparent process that will put them squarely in the limelight. However, if one candidate feels that his rights in terms of the Poppy Act has been violated, he or she is free to approach the information regulator. As members of the National Assembly, we're elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people, for the people, in this case for young people. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I want to say again that we set out with one mission: to find the very best, most passionate, most patriotic, best skilled, most dynamic young people to serve on the next NYDA board. I believe that the top 10 candidates meet exactly what we had set out to do. So following our scoring process of last week, I now want to read into the record the top 10 candidates, and I'm going to do so in alphabetical order. Ms. Baloy.
Chair. Probably before you read, I hear what you are saying, Chair, and issues that you are putting forward. I think as a matter of starting the meeting, we may not agree in full with the content of or complaint which you have raised, more especially as it relates to the committee publicizing information around scoring. It could have been quite easier for anybody who would have listened to the interview to put up a sense of what scoring would be like in as far as the numbers are concerned. And that is what has been in circulation. I think all of us have seen it in all social media platforms. But I think what we must be able to acknowledge as a setback having emanated from the conduct of one of the members of this committee is the fact that having attached the name to a particular number against the cautioning of this committee, which was done in order for us to be compliant with the Protection of Personal Information Act, also subjected a candidate into a certain unfair scrutiny by the public and mobilized some sort of a humiliation. Now, we must also be able, Chair, to confront the reality that is before us. That in the light of that, there appeared to be a certain sense of vengeance which was driven by some of the members of this committee towards a particular candidate. And it could not have been innocent that just specifically for that particular candidate, the name had been attached.
Okay. Honourable Tsotsetse, what I'm going to propose is...
Are you suggesting that I must pause here?
No. Actually, what you're raising is fundamental to the work that we're going to be doing this morning. So once I'm done with this report, Dr. Tembe is going to table his report on all of these matters, and then we're going to take a resolution on exactly what you are saying, because we need to take a resolution on 2 or 3 issues. So unless you feel, but that is how we were going to structure it. We were going to do 2 reports, and as per the agenda, and then we're going to open the floor for a discussion on this matter and a resolution on this matter.
I hear you, Chair, and it's fine, I agree with you. But I am not necessarily looking for, I was saying, after the reading of the letter, there must be an acknowledgement on the part of the committee that that is what would have happened. And as a result, the material output of it is that it would have resulted in that candidate being prejudiced as a result of the particular vengeance demonstrated. It's fine, we can come back and discuss that, but I thought that you must allow me to finish that portion, because also as a member of this committee, that's how I feel.
No, it's fine. You must express your opinion, and that must find expression in the work that we are doing. So I think what we'll do is, once we've done with the 2 reports, we'll come back to the issues and we'll actually table resolutions on some of these matters, if that's okay.
No, it's fine, Chair.
Chair, I know that we've adopted the agenda. It's only that it doesn't reflect on the item that we are getting into it now. My thinking was that it's going to be the opening remarks, the reports, and then after deliberations, then the results will be, consolidated results will be somewhere, not on the opening remarks, but we've adopted the agenda. That was my assumption, that it's just opening remarks, that the results will be, consolidated results will be the initial report. It's not reflected here. I thought it's going to be reports, then results at the end of deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, honourable members, yes, Honourable Chauke Adonis.
For the coffee.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I would like to concur with my colleagues in terms of the articulations. Chair, one of the things that I would like to also table, and perhaps we'll get Advocate Tembe to respond to, is what are some of the legal implications, and I think you've alluded to it, but additionally, what are some of the consequence management? Because we have seen some of the actions that have been displayed by members of this portfolio committee that are outside the prescribes of what we took as a resolution and had adopted as a portfolio committee. Now, that puts us in a position to say that the resolutions that are then adopted by this very portfolio committee, what binds us as members of the portfolio committee? Because I think what was displayed last week, or the previous week as well, it's actions and behavior that could have been displayed by any of us. But in principle and understanding that resolutions and recommendations were adopted and we had concluded on those matters, we stayed in line. And I think there has to be a level of consequences for these type of actions. And it cannot be left that we proceed and members continue to conduct themselves in this manner and there is no ramification for it. Lastly, in terms of the legal document that you were making reference to, you did indicate that in terms of as the portfolio committee, it cannot necessarily bind us. But one would want to also have an understanding that, as Honourable Tiamo alluded to, that the name of a particular candidate was then additionally attached, therefore meaning there's an infringement of the POPI Act attached to it. And that was done by one of the members of this portfolio committee, also taking into consideration that we are lawmakers. So it cannot be that we are going to simply leave it. I think this really requires for this portfolio committee to interrogate, but further legal interrogation needs to go into it, because consequences must have some sort of ramification for the actions that are taken by members in this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chalke Adonis. I think in my introduction I did speak to 2 or 3 issues. I dealt with the conduct of the new member. I also said that he enjoys freedom of expression as per the parliamentary rules. However, the concerns you are raising is the concerns we as a collective share. I also said that we had indicated to him, because his questions were not in line with the questions we were asking, they were not going to be scored, and he agreed with that. That having been said, I did also say that if the candidate in question has got an issue with regards to a complaint with regards to Poppy, he is free to take that to the information regulator, citing the honourable member in question. But the complaint in essence says that we as a portfolio committee took deliberate actions to leak information, and that has to be rejected. And that I want to put on record, because I do not think any member here was responsible for what had transpired. However, all the issues that you are raising are valid, and I'm going to read the rest of the report. We're going to then hand over to Dr. Tembe to guide us, and then I'll give over back to members where you will be able to take resolutions on different issues that we've discussed. So, honourable members, in terms of our scoring outcome of the process that transpired last week on the 4th of March, I will now read the top 10 candidates in alphabetical order. It was Ms. Baloy, Ms. Kelly Sandra Baloy, Ms. Mahua, Ms. Tembisile Precious Mahua, Dr. Wiseman Mfaniseni Mbata, Mr. Makanya, Mr. Bonga Sipesele Makanya, Mr. Makatini, Mr. Sibusiso Makatini, Mr. Mangera, Mr. Ifran Mangera, Dr. Sunshine Minentle Miyende, they, them, Numalo, Busisiwe Nandipa Numalo, Tulisa Ndlela, and Kabiso Nicholas Niati. Honourable members, the minimum criteria for appointment as a board member are set out in Section 9.4 and disqualifications in Section 10 of the NYDA Amendment Act. Desirable criteria for shortlisting entails persons must more broadly reflect the demographics and geographical spread of the Republic, and must A, be a South African citizen between the ages of 18 and 35, B, have relevant knowledge, expertise, experience, or qualification in youth development, social development, financial field, legal field, or any other field considered necessary for the advancement of the agency's mandate. C, be allowed to finish their term of office if they turn 35 whilst in office. So I need to address myself this morning to the process that unfolded as well. You will recall that last year when we started this process, I had asked that we push to finalize the recruitment process by December 2024 so that a report can be adopted by the House before we rise. This would have allowed the Honourable President of the Republic to apply his mind to our recommendations earlier in the new year. And maybe by now a new board could have been in place. Considering these timeframes, Mr. Ndlela, a current board member, applied, as he had not turned 35 yet. Our own processes, however, experienced delays. Primarily, there was an issue of the gazetted NYDA Amendment Act with the future proclamation date, which hamstrung our promptness and efficiency to the task at hand. The amendment had an effect on the appointment process, moving from the old to the new regime. We also experienced a delay in getting our advertisements published, as there were issues with sourcing service providers and translation services. This meant that the application process only closed on the 18th of November. Shortlisting happened in December of last year, and we then opted for an extended public participation process by allowing the CVs of shortlisted candidates to appear on the parliamentary website for an extended period of time. Our interviews were initially set for the end of January, but due to budget constraints, we could not have these in Johannesburg, but waited for the next opportunity to have them in Cape Town, which we just completed at the end of February. However, Mr. Ndlela turned 35 2 Sundays ago. This now renders him ineligible as provided by the NYDA Act, as amended. The delayed process, therefore, goes without saying, was not his fault. This leaves the committee with 9 candidates, eligible candidates to recommend to the President. And as I've read out before, it's Ms. Kelly Sandra Beloy, Ms. Tembisile Precious Mahua, Dr. Wiseman Fanisene Mbata, Mr. Bonga Sipesele Makanya, Mr. Sibusiso Makatini, Mr. Ifran Mangera, Dr. Sunshine Minentle Meyende, they, them, Busisiwe Nandipa Numalo, and Kabiso Nicholas Niati. The 9 candidates represent 3 females, 4 males, 1 person with a disability, and 1 non-binary candidate. We have achieved a skills, demographic, and geographical balance, but Ms. Abrams will table a report in this regard later. This having been said, I want to thank all candidates for coming forward, for being interviewed and considered. I think you did your nation and your country proud. I'm going to hand over, as we've discussed, honourable members, to ask Dr. Tembe to give us a report on the legal matters before us this morning, whereafter we will open up a discussion and take resolutions around the issue of the Poppy Act and the legal complaint we got in that regard and how to deal with it. And secondly, we will also discuss the issue of the 9 candidates versus recommending 10 candidates. But Dr. Tembe, in essence, will deal with that. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Tembe, and from there I'm going to hand over to members so that we do take resolutions on the 2 issues that have been flagged by honourable members. Dr. Tembe?
Chair, is it possible that maybe we can put the list somewhere there in the screen, because as it was been read, we were struggling to note there and there. So maybe put it there, as well as maybe attach the provinces from which the candidate in the top 10 would have been from, so that it then empowers us. I don't think at this level we can discuss things that we don't see in front of us.
So what will happen is Ms. Abrams has got that in her report, and she will definitely flight it. Thank you. Dr. Tembe?
Thanks, Chair and honourable members. Good morning once again. So my report is just to take a stock or a review on what happened during the processes in terms of the legal processes, whether there has been a compliance with the legal framework, so that what comes out of this will withstand judicial scrutiny and pass its constitutional muster. So, in fact, most of the issues the chairperson has touched on it on her speaking notes. So I'll just restate a few provisions which are necessary for these processes, for this process. Actually, the NYDA board is a statutory creature established by the NYDA Act as amended and the PFMA. Section 49(2) of the PFMA provides that if the public entity has a board or other controlling body, that board or controlling body is the accounting authority for that entity. For the present purposes, the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities considered the recruitment of the board within the legislative framework. So from the start, it adopted when this process began without going back into the advert and the other issues which happened before. Start from the shortlisting criteria, which this committee adopted to facilitate the consideration and recommendation of suitable and qualified board members of the NYDA. The constitutional, legislative and regulatory framework are the overriding principles for compliance. That is what must be actually emphasized, because we have to check whether there has been compliance with the Constitution, the NYDA Act and the parliamentary rules. Vis-a-vis the criteria which also serves as a guide. The shortlisting criteria contain a useful checklist of the legal framework and flexible criteria. These non-statutory checklists are for guidance purposes only and should never be followed in a mechanical way. They are merely intended to prevent the committee members overlooking important details, to assist in providing a logical sequence, and to know the caliber of candidates needed. So we'll start. The Constitution, Section 57, authorizes the NA to adopt rules of procedure with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, accountability, openness, and public involvement. Section 59, subsection 1 of the Constitution also enjoins the NA to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of the Assembly and its committees. Perhaps that is why there was need for public comments. That is actually espoused by the Constitution in Section 59(1). 59(1). Then the openness of this meeting is espoused by subsection 2 of the Constitution, because it prohibits the exclusion of the media from a committee sitting unless it is reasonable and justifiable to do so in an open and democratic process. So, to say the NYDA Act is the principal act which governs this process. More importantly, Section 9(1) provides that the board consists of 7 board members, 2 of whom are executive directors appointed by the President on recommendation of the National Assembly. That has been the amendment in the new Act, because previously it touched on Parliament. So emphasis should be put that this is an amendment which actually mandates this committee to fulfill that task. So that was the change. Moreover, it says members hold office for a period of 3 years and are eligible for reappointment for 1 additional term, which means a member can serve 3 years. Then if he or she qualifies and is eligible for next appointment, that person can be reappointed, but not more than 2 times, not more than 1 additional terms, which a maximum, it sets the ceiling, which is 6 years for any person to be appointed as a board member of the NYDA. Then the President will, on recommendation by the National Assembly, appoint members to serve on the NYDA. So that is Section 9, subsection 1, subsection 9(1)(a) of the NYDA Act. Furthermore, we just restate what we said, or what was pointed out during the shortlisting criteria, which is Section 8 of the NYDA Act, Amendment Act, provides that the board determines a strategic, operational, and succession plans. It also determines an agency charter that outlines the rights and responsibility of the agency, including the governance checklist. It was imperative for the committee during the shortlisting and interview process to consider the responsibility is of the board as outlined in the NYDA Act. For that reason, if you recall, members, honorable members, most of the questions were tailored to test the candidates' knowledge of the institutions and functions of the board. So I think if you are doing the checklist, you have to see whether there has been compliance to that effect. Then, in expanding on this Section 8, it enlists the rudimentary aspects of the board functions. However, the committee, in its selection criteria, should be progressive by factoring or considering the nature of complex issues encountered by the board in advancing its mandate. This examines the type of caliber, innovation, experience, and expertise possessed by the candidates. So Section 9 of the Principal Act is critical to this selection process and deals with composition, appointment, and conditions of service of the board. It provides, which I think I'm just accentuating this point, it provides that members must be appointed in a manner ensuring transparency and openness. The transparency and openness relates to the process to be followed. Then Section 9.4, I think the chairperson touched on it. I'll just pass it, but maybe few points which I need to emphasize concerning Section 9.4, which speaks that the member must be a South African, ages of 18 and 35. Then it speaks about relevant knowledge, expertise, experience, or qualifications in youth development, social development, financial field, legal field, or any other field considered necessary for advancement of the agency mandate. So which expands this committee mandate, because although there's a enlisted or tabulated category, but the last one, it says the committee considered necessary for advancement of the agency mandate, which expands the powers of this committee. The age limit or prescription, I think the chairperson has touched on it. I think another point is B, which says be committed to advance the vision, mission, goal, objectives, values, and principles as enunciated in the National Youth Policy. So the candidate must be able to actually reconcile these two. Then I think another point which is stipulated in the Act, it says the board must consist of the different demographics comprising the country that manifest the multiracial society and the vastness of the republic to be considered in the recruitment and composition of the NYDA board. Again, I won't speak about the age limit. I think I've spoken about it. Then a point which perhaps need discussion a little bit is, it says relevant knowledge, expertise, experience, or qualifications in youth development, social development, financial field, legal field, or any other field necessary for advancement of the agency mandate. The use of the word relevant in this provision is the modifier to knowledge, expertise, experience, but also key is an alternative qualification, which will also suffice. The rationale is that when it comes to youth, any strict requirement of relevant knowledge, expertise, and experience in particular might be seen as prohibitive, hence the use of the word or relevant qualification. Then the relevant knowledge, expertise, experience has not been left open, but it must be in the following fields: youth development, social development, financial field, legal field, or any other field necessary for which I think I discussed before. Then considering that the agency's board is composed of 7 voting members, it is submitted that the committee must strive to have a mix of the candidates that, when collectively viewed at a bare minimum, is reflective of the above prescribed requirements. That is, at a bare minimum. The prescribed requirements are coming from the NYDA Act. Then if you tick the box, you check whether those which are prescribed in the Act have been complied in your selection process. Then the implication is that candidates should, amongst other things, have proven experience contributing to the leadership and strategic direction of a complex organization, personal credibility and integrity to command the confidence of the youth of the country, ability to lead, engage effectively with diverse and high-profile stakeholders. Then Section 10, I won't do because it speaks about disqualification, removal from office, which were not necessary for these processes, because for those who were shortlisted means they were not disqualified and were eligible. Then I think another important section was Section 4 of the NYDA Act, which provides the following broad principles relating to youth development, which are relevant for the committee's consideration when interviewing shortlisted candidates. A was promotion of equal opportunity and equal treatment of youth, and the promotion of a gender-inclusive approach to the development of youth, where the social influences of gender, disability, the impact of sexism, and the particular circumstances of young women are recognized. B, creation of an environment which supports the continued development and learning of youth. C, promotion of youth participation in democratic processes, community and civic decision-making, and the development at all levels. D, recognition of youth development as an important mandate. So there's a mandate on this committee to make sure that youth development is fulfilled. E, responsiveness to the needs, aspiration, and challenges of youth in a realistic and participatory manner. F, recognition of the importance of cultural and spiritual diversity as a basis for youth development. Therefore, these principles should find expressions in the caliber of the candidates to be recommended for appointment as board members, and they serve as indicators for synchronization in the processes. If the responsiveness to the needs, aspiration, and challenges of youth cannot be overtly invoked if some of these principles are ignored in favor of unarticulated expediency. There must be a balance of all factors that require consideration, including values and ethics. During the recruitment process, committee members were advised to consider the following criteria with the board committees in mind. Section 5(1)(a) of the NYDA Act crisply captures the critical skills needed to achieve or take forward the objects of the agency. What was of fundamental importance is that the committee recruit candidates with the necessary skills and experience thereof. However, candidates should not be prejudiced by lack of qualification or experience if he or she possesses other necessary skills identified by the committee and in line with the Act. The committee should not be circumscribed by rigidity and linear approach. Experience is one of the factors, but not a deciding factor. The skills might be indirectly implied by the Act, which leads to the issue of formal qualifications. Added to the skills will be the experience to operationalize the agency. Another critical factor in the recruitment is stated in Section 3(1)(I) is needed to promote the interest of the youth, especially those with disabilities. Then the Act provides an indication for possible continuity in the board membership. Section 9(6) of the Act provides that members hold office for a term of 3 years and may not be reappointed for more than 2 terms. I think I've highlighted this in my initial from the start. This means qualifying and eligible board members may be reappointed for 1 additional term. The appointment is discretionary upon textual interpretation of the Act. The legislation in its entirety and its purpose continue to be the decisive test as to whether provisions may be extended. Then, the context of the words and other relevant consideration also play a part when it is to be determined whether an apparently peremptory provision is in fact peremptory. A statutory provision that requires exact compliance is a peremptory or obligatory or mandatory. Failure to comply with a peremptory provision will leave the ensuing act null and void. The courts have formulated a number of semantic guidelines. These are based on the grammatical meaning of the language used in the provision. a statutory provision requiring substantial compliance only is merely directory. Non-compliance or defective or partial compliance with a directory provision will not result in the ensuing act being null and void. Exact compliance is not a prerequisite. Permissive words such as may indicate a discretion and will be interpreted as being directory unless the purpose of the discretion indicates otherwise. Words in negative form indicate peremptory connotation. Positive language suggests that the provision is merely directory. In some instances, the historical context of the legislation, that the mischief rule will provide a reliable indication as to whether the provision is peremptory or merely directory. Then, in the present circumstances, the legislation is crafted in a permissive or directory language in the first part and peremptory in the latter category. Perhaps I need to point out, I'm speaking about Section 9(6) of the NYDA Act as amended, which says a member may hold office for a term of 3 years and may not be reappointed for 2 additional terms. So perhaps that's why I was discussing here. It allows incumbents of tenure for a period of 3 years and possibility for a second term on qualifying and eligible candidates. However, it prohibits any incumbents beyond the second term. Then lastly, I think the selection criteria combined with the selection criteria and all the factors which have been brought, the constitutional framework, the legal framework, the NA rules, the shortlisting criteria, then the committee should consider whether it has ticked all the boxes. Then at the end we say are important for future development of the youth in the country, depending on the attributes of the people at the helm of the organization to fulfill its mandate. Furthermore, the committee must champion the interest of the youth, and there must be a realignment of priorities to advance the cause of youth development, inequality, and unemployment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Tembe. Kashifa, do you want to just go through the details that the Honourable Tsotsitsi had asked for? And Honourable Shabango?
Thank you, Chairperson. As Chairperson's indicated, up on screen we have the top 9 candidates in alphabetical order. It's, I'll read by surname: Beloi, Mahua, Mbatha, Makanya, Makatini, Mangera, Mayendis, Meneshle, Umalo, Nyati. With respect to age, the youngest recommended candidate is 25 years old and the oldest is 33 years. The average of the recommended candidates, which is of the 9, is 30 years. So again, just to repeat, the youngest is 25, the oldest is 33, average age 30. In terms of race and gender, we have 4 Black African males, 3 Black African females, 1 Indian male, and 1 non-binary Black African candidate. With respect to provinces, we have the majority of our candidates, 4 of them are from KwaZulu-Natal, 2 from Gauteng province, 2 candidates from the Western Cape, and 1 candidate from the Eastern Cape. Thus 4 provinces are represented. With respect to persons with disabilities, 1 Black African male with a disability from KwaZulu-Natal has been recommended. With respect to qualifications and work experience, I'll just highlight, again in alphabetical order, with respect to qualifications and work experience. For Ms. Beloi, BA International Studies and some other coursework, a social media events coordinator at the Catholic Parliamentary Liaison Officer, with previous working experience as a community outreach officer at the Department of Police and Oversight, and a founder and chairperson of Girls Leading Change. With respect to Ms. Mahua, postgraduate qualification in policy making for Africa's development at UNISA, Bachelor of Law, a Youth Director at African Kingdoms Diaspora, previously a candidate legal practitioner at the UNISA Law Clinic, Board Secretary at IDA International Network, previously a legal practitioner at Molefe Dlepo Incorporated Attorneys, South African Ambassador at Youth Opportunities Global Network, a Youth Crime Prevention Desk Coordinator. With respect to Dr. Waizen Bata, BA Development Studies, an Honours in Development Studies, Masters in Development Studies, PhD in Development Studies, lecturer and research at the University of Zululand, previously Stakeholder Manager at City of Johannesburg, Human Settlements Research at UNISA, led initiatives aimed at youth empowerment, skills development and community engagement. With respect to Mahanya, a degree in economic sciences, self-employed, executive director at Locha Investment Holdings, executive chairman of SAYAC NPC, economic advisor at African Gulf International Mining, previously served on SRC at WITS, served on the board of directors at the South African Youth Economic Council, as well as board of directors at Locha Investment Holdings. With regards to Mr. Makatini, B, degree in social science, honours in commerce, in business management, and administrative clerk at KZN Department of Transport, treasurer for ACT's Association of Catholic Students. With regards to Mr. Mangera, a Bachelor of Education, as well as an Honours of Bachelor of Education, part-time manager and admin clerk at Solly Sport Shop, previously employed at, as an education and training officer and youth activism program manager at the Ahmad Kathrada Foundation, also previously a panel member on the Youth Advisory Council, board secretary of Sanka Nishtara, a recovery and wellness center, Youth Climate, a Champions Advisory Board, and several other leadership positions held. With regards to Dr. Mayendi Sanchai Mineshle, B. Social Science in Psychology, as well as Honours in Social Science, Masters in Social Science, Postgraduate Diploma in Public Management, Doctor of Philosophy, Assistant Director at Department of Social Development, previously Deputy Director at Department of Mineral Resources, previously Special Program Specialist at NYDA, experience in academic tutoring, lecturing, academic research with expertise in educational leadership, rural development and youth empowerment. With respect to Busisiwe Nxumalo, a degree in social science in politics and international relations, an intern at Parliament of RSA, previously a policy and advocacy and stakeholder engagement coordinator at the South African Liaison Office, researcher at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, chairperson of the Youth Advisory Council, and served on the SRC at UCT. With regards to Mr. Nyati, Matric, currently a mayoral committee, Stellenbosch Municipality, overseeing portfolio for parks, public open spaces and cemeteries, previously a peer council at Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, as well as an executive support officer, human settlements, also at the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, and a founder and former chairperson of Enabling Dreams Foundation. Chairperson and members, just to indicate what I've read out in terms of disqualifications and work experience is what each candidate submitted in the online application. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm now going to open the floor to members, all members, to discuss the various issues, the 9 candidates, some of the issues you highlighted before. I neglected to mention in my opening remarks that alongside the complaint that we got from the legal firm pointing to the POPI issues, I also received a letter from somebody indicating that the candidate in question might have misled Parliament when he said that there was a typing error in his CV, because information to the contrary were produced to show that in fact that CV had been submitted to his employer. So I just want to put it on record that we are dealing with a number of issues here. No, because you came late, Honourable Lonze, and we're facing now, as I'd warned you in the last meeting, I indicated to you that we might face legal action because of POPI issues, and that letter has come to us now, and you will be personally held liable for the breach of the POPI Act. And then also personally held liable for the costs of this exercise if it is But it's fine
Chair,
because
did you-
no, I'm still busy
can you-
speaking. Then I will open the floor. I'm saying
No,
on the issue.
I just wanted you to repeat. You are saying the letter is from the institution.
Sorry.
Are you saying the letter is from the institution?
No, I'm saying I received one letter from a legal firm and one letter from a whistleblower saying that Parliament might have been misled. I'm not saying we were misled. I'm saying we might have been misled by the information that the candidate gave us in this house when he was here for his interview around two issues. The date, the 2020...
Not Chair, before you go further, the reason I was asking is because while you were articulating the letter, which I did not get clear where the letter was from,
Okay.
There was an utterance of criminal, meaning that it insinuates the candidate. So I thought it's probably
No,
from
I'm sure he's referring to me.
certain disciplinary process.
Please,
Chair.
can we just, colleagues, we're running the risk. You are running the risk if you are not going to abide by the rules of this meeting. You are running the risk, all of these candidates that have been recommended, if we don't run this process well today, we might run the risk where these young people who came forward, who were all excellent in their interviews, might be denied an opportunity to serve on the next NYDA board because of our conduct. I'm going to open the floor to honourable members to discuss all
So
of the
I
issues.
wanted clarity, Chair. I think this is what I wanted, and perhaps you ought to allow me. Otherwise, if you don't allow, really you are going to create a situation whereby we are forced to speak as other people who are speaking, like this comrade here, speaking without being recognized, speaking as he want to,
point of order, Chair.
accusing people of being criminals
Point of
and
order,
so
Chair.
forth. That is what we are going to degenerate.
Okay, but the thing
this
is, no
committee meeting
candidate's name was
And
mentioned.
there is no
Point of order, Chair.
protection. There is no protection of any candidate. We are just saying that for some time until this point, we have been subjected to unruly behavior, and there isn't anything that is quite that you are doing or you are empowered to do at your space to stop this thing. And
I'm
I'm
raising
saying
a point of order
that
here.
it is inviting for other members of this committee to behave in that fashion. And if it gets there, it would degenerate the work which this committee
I'm raising a point of order
is
here, Chair.
doing.
On parliamentary
For
rules.
instance, if a person says a particular person is criminal who's not charged, who is not even convicted for being criminal,
But he didn't mention anybody.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
you see, when
get
you
your
don't
point.
understand parliamentary rules, my brother, you must not
You see
embarrass
this kind
yourself.
of nonsense.
Okay, but colleagues,
Chair.
please, can I?
Chair.
No, wait. I'm going to start on this side, and then
Oh,
each
okay.
member will have a bite
We're going to
on
teach
the
you
different
if you don't know
reports.
parliament. We're going to teach you.
I'm going to start with Honourable Shabango to give her reflections on the candidates and the reports that have been received, and then also Honourable Spies. I will start with you then.
Thank you so much.
I can start.
Speaking the whole morning, it's fine.
Chair, you asked me to speak. Can I speak?
Please.
I'll be very short and succinct. I think, first of all, Chair, the list produced to us is a fair list. It's a very accurate summary of what has transpired after the interviews and in terms of the responses of candidates and the subsequent scoring to that. I'm very satisfied with the names that we have there. And there's not much I want to say other than that there were things that were repeated already here, which I will not repeat, and that you have expressed yourself on in terms of the behavior of certain members of this committee. I'm not going to go into it. Enough was said about it. I just now want us to get to the point where we have this done and over with.
Can you switch off? Thank you, Chair. And thank you for this opportunity that we are here to consolidate and finalize the process. And the reason I was looking at engaging your opening remarks was in your opening remarks, Chair, you mentioned that the participation of the member concerned, member of the study group, had no influence because, member of the committee, thank you, had no influence. His participation had no influence since his questions were not being scored. How is that? Because it had an influence. He was scoring. I just want a clarity on that. If we say his participation had no influence, how? He's a member of this committee, he was scoring. I just need a clarity on that one because it came from your opening remarks. And with regard to the processes that we agreed on as a committee, we have spoken a lot about it, and when the behavior started, we were advised that there's nothing we can do because of that freedom of speech, which it also, that freedom of speech which also infringed on other candidates as individuals. And I listened to Dr. Tembe as he was presenting his advice on the acts and stuff like that. I only heard about his mentioning the NYDA Act. There are other general acts that have an impact on this, like your Act number 4 of 2013, the Poppy Act. I did, because I don't know, maybe I've missed something because he's saying the act that is influencing this is the NYDA Act. Whereas there are other acts in general. Do we mean that they do not apply in this process? Having said that, Honorable Chair, when we were shortlisting, we spoke about the issue of qualifications, certificates, and things, some stuff that were not, the qualifications that were not verified. And that was during shortlisting. And that process was deferred to the HR, and it's the responsibility of the HR to verify every document, all the qualifications before we start with the interviews. We came to the interviews, all those things were not finalized. They are being verified. And then during the process of the interview, I still stand to differ that you interrogate the candidate on the qualifications. The candidate is here to answer questions from individual portfolio committee member, not to be interrogated on stuff that he has submitted. If it was not verified, it's not our responsibility, it's the responsibility of the HR. I still feel that as much as the member had the freedom of speech and he was allowed to do as he wished, not what we agreed upon, that was not supposed to happen. But it did happen because we were powerless. Our hands were hamstrung that we must allow the member to do that. And I want to come to the results as they were presented. We have seen that there is the proportion of females and males that are there. We have 9 provinces. Yes, it's not our making, but do we really want to proceed with this where it's only 5 provinces that are presented? I'm just raising this is a concern for me because you have KZN, Gauteng, Western Cape, Eastern Cape. You have your West rural provinces. You have your very vast provinces that do not have candidates. Their candidates are sort of concentrated in these 4 provinces out of 9 provinces. That is my other concern. Other than that, let me just pause there, Chair, and then also have with what the Chair has mentioned, the legal implication that are in front of us, the letters from the lawyers or the public member or whatever, the results that was doing rounds on the social media. And we cannot be here again also still not abiding by the rules and the laws of the parliamentary members who are the lawmakers. We can't be seen degenerating to a level where we say words that we cannot stand for. I want to appeal that we must continue with this process because as much as we say, the chairperson says it does not, it's not the committee, but the fact that the member is part of this committee, we cannot distance ourselves from his behavior. Thank you, Chair.
So, honourable members, I think the question you need to answer today is whether you believe those top 9 candidates or the nominees here, were they the 9 strongest or not? And secondly, when we speak about geographical spread in provinces, we must take into consideration that we've got 9 provinces, 7 people will be appointed by the president to be on the board. Therefore, we cannot have all provinces represented. So when we say, when the Act gives us guidance in terms of geographical spread, it's an aspiration that we want as many provinces as possible to be represented. Just as we won't be able to reach all the skill sets, it's an aspiration as per the Act. So I think we need to discuss the issue of whether these were the strongest candidates in terms of merit, whether we had a fair, open and transparent process. The provinces issue, I've heard what Honourable Shabangu said, but we will not be able to accommodate all provinces because even if the president appoints, there will be 7 appointees and we've got 9 provinces. There was a question around what other acts guide our work, which I will hand over to Dr. Tembe, and then we will continue with the answers. I heard what you said, Honourable Member, in terms of the participation of the new member of the Portfolio Committee, but I covered it in my introduction in that I said that while his questions were not scored, he still enjoyed freedom of expression, and during the process, Dr. Tembe even indicated that we are able to probe issues when there are issues to be probed. And in other words, in this issue, there was a discrepancy which we had to probe because he had submitted a CV which he subsequently said had a printing error or a typo, and then subsequently it came to the fore that in fact that might not be the case and Parliament might have been misled. With the issue of HR and screening and vetting processes, unfortunately, Honourable Shabangu, that was completed. By the time we had come here, those who had been completed, we had agreed as honourable members that we will not punish young people with records or credit records that were not looking good. So we didn't engage with them on that. But also, what had transpired in terms of the screening, all the details came back in terms of the HR screening and the state security screening. There were no people that we could disqualify in terms of Section 10 of the NYDA Act. But in fact, it came up that this candidate had outstanding fees and therefore his qualification could not be verified. And I did put it to him so that he can actually give us an answer in that regard. So it's not true that we came here not having done the screening, the HR and state security screening. But I'm going to go down and then members can further express themselves. Honourable Shabangu is pleading for the process to be restarted. Honourable Spies agrees.
Don't get me wrong.
Okay, apologies.
Please.
Okay, I withdraw. It's withdrawn. Honourable Kanyile, we're coming.
No, I'm not making a comment, Chair. I just want you to fix something here because
Are you Honourable Kanyile?
Parliament, it's a point of order. It's a point of order. Chair, Parliament allows me to call. People have been speaking here. I've put up my hand. I'm raising a point of order.
Lonzi, you will speak when you get your slot.
No, but I'm being addressed here unparliamentary. I'm not his comrade. How can you say this comrade? What is that? That's not parliamentary language.
I think it's very friendly.
No, I'm not his friend. No, I'm not his
involving
friend.
you in the processes.
Can you please protect members of parliament? Parliament has rules on how members of parliament must be addressed. So can you make a ruling on that? Because we are going to call each other with names here.
Please, can you call each other honourable members?
I'm not his comrade and I'm not his friend.
Please call each other honourable
Speaking
members.
to me is not even, it's fine. It's not my comrade.
Yeah, we're going to teach him because I see he doesn't know.
Please refer to... No, this is not the spirit. Really, this is not a spirit that I want us to conclude this work in. Honestly, honourable members, young people are looking at you.
This is not in the spirit of actually...
No, it's not the spirit of our committee. And I don't want... young people are looking at you and they really want to see leadership. I told you, I said from the beginning, they're looking towards this committee for leadership. They want to know that this committee is going to take them somewhere, not this, which is transpiring now, where we are insulting one another. So please, can we complete this work? Look at the list of names that are there, the brilliant young people, talented young people that came forward to serve our nation. That is our focus. Honourable members will be given an opportunity to speak. You might have differing views. That is okay, but let's deal with it in a respectful manner. Please, honourable members. Honourable Kanile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues, once again. In my view, the list of the candidates that we are recommending to the President are a true reflection of the scoring that we had in the previous week. Secondly, Chairperson, I think we need to put the matter to rest. You need to provide more clarity, especially when it comes to the issue when you are saying one member, his questions were not scored. There is a member that gave a candidate 50 marks. So if somebody gets 50, then it's an indication that all those questions were being scored. So could you please just give us clarity on that issue so that we know that we have covered the whole base?
No, remember when we were dealing with the fact that you had questions and each question had a mark attached to it. And we said then there's a new member, how will we be dealing? I'm not saying he didn't score. I'm not saying he didn't participate. He participated as a full member of this portfolio committee. I'm saying the questions that he asked, which all of you might have deemed inappropriate or political in nature, wasn't on our scoring sheet. So when you went through the scoring sheet, you didn't score the questions he asked. I didn't mean to say that he didn't participate.
Oh, okay. I think with that being said, there's one more issue that I'd like to highlight. I think going forward, if we are having this type of interviews and there are specific requirements in terms of what we are expecting from candidates, I would like to urge or plead with our support staff to ensure that we interview candidates that qualify. Because if you look at the age of this one particular candidate, when we interviewed him or her, but that candidate, he had turned 35 already. And maybe if we picked it up at that particular point while we're busy interviewing them, we were going to maybe exclude them from the process at that particular point in time. But I'd like to urge the support staff that going forward, can you please assist us in terms of ensuring that all those issues are being taken care of. With that being said, Chairperson, I just want to reiterate that I am in support of all these 9 names. Thank you very much.
So much, Honourable Kanile. Dr. Leklape.
Chair, I just want to plead with us that we not sabotage our own process. That we must be mindful of the fact that we are on a public platform and we shouldn't undermine the work that we've done over the last few weeks, despite the challenges that are there. Let's learn for the next period. But let us all be careful not to undermine this process. Because the worst thing that can happen for the use of this country is for this process to be nullified and we have to start all over again. That would be irresponsible from us if this process gets to that point, Chair. And I'm just appealing to members. This is not about us. This is about the youth of this country. And let us do our duty to ensure that the youth are served. We had credible candidates. You can never have anybody come through completely. The process was done properly. And what we should learn going forward is through the legal advisor. It might be advisable to have something in the next advert that would talk about a deadline of birthdays projected to the future. When you take into account how long the process takes. For example, would be say anybody that would be turning 35 between now and April next year will not be considered because we are projecting how long the process will take to avoid what has happened today. We will learn as we move along, Chair. And I'm just appealing for us to do our civic duty to society. And I just want something that should be clarified going forward. You've used terms of after one term, you will not be allowed to serve two consecutive terms. That it should be clear. Because you don't want somebody coming to say, yes, I've served one and I can be allowed 2 other terms. So that it is clear and precise to all of us that the maximum you can serve on this board is 6 years. So that it's written in simple language. You're only talking about consecutive terms. Someone would say they were not consecutive. I was here 6 years ago, I served 3, I'm back. So that it should be specific and clear for everyone so that all of us can interpret it the same. Thank you, Chair.
No, we fully support your sentiments, Dr. Leklape. I also think it was one of those issues when we first met, the old act was still applicable. And that old act didn't say you have to be under 35. And then we moved to the new act. And like you said, it's lessons learned. So maybe next time when you advertise, we'll say up until 34, which of course the legal advisor will tell us whether that's legally advisable or not. But I think those sentiments that you've raised, Dr. Leklape, is very important. But I do agree with you. It was an open and transparent process that delivered great candidates for us. And we should be proud of that. We should be proud of the work that we did, despite the little hiccups, despite the little disagreements. I really do think we did good work in the service of the nation. And let's not have this discussion derail what we had already achieved. Honourable Lonzi?
No, thank you very much, Chair. And we really want to thank every young person in South Africa who would have been following these proceedings. Because the NYDA chair must serve the youth of South Africa. And it's in public interest that the youth of South Africa must understand what is the caliber of leadership that will form part of a board of the NYDA. It's public interest in South Africa to know that these people who are sending to be board candidates, are they ethical individuals? It's public interest. The youth and the people of South Africa need to know, are we dealing with ethical people here who are going to preside over a budget that is close to 1 billion rand annually? The people of South Africa need to know if there is a whistleblower or if there are allegations against the falsification of qualifications of particular candidates. It's not interrogation. It's public interest. The people of South Africa, it's a people's parliament. There's a reason why these proceedings are live. Otherwise, we're supposed to meet in a corner somewhere in some restaurant and have a discussion amongst ourselves, and then that's it. So I don't know why people now are suddenly becoming defensive or they are being angry because we have potentially shown the public that some of these candidates may not necessarily have the ethical stature that we're looking for to lead the NYDA. It was not a fight. It was a question to say, can we trust these people with the public purse? And we had to take each and every candidate through that particular process. Now, I am happy because I listened very attentively to the presentation of Dr. Tembe. Dr. Tembe, the first thing he did, he agreed with the point that I raised last week, to say the Act is saying someone must be 35 by the time of appointment. And even last week, if you remember, Chair, people became extremely defensive. And I'm saying, this is what the Act is saying. I agree with what the Honourable Member is saying previously, but I also think it's being unfair on Dr. Tembe. Dr. Tembe can't rewrite how the Act writes certain sentences or how it words certain things. He's got to read it as it is. If this committee then feels that this Act is not worded correctly, or this Act is not specific on certain issues, then this committee is empowered by Parliament to go into a process of an amendment of a particular Act. It's what has happened in many other committees. This committee has done that before.
And we will do that.
So I'm happy that Dr. Tembe says, in as far as the Act is concerned, this process was very seamless. I'm happy that Dr. Tembe doesn't make mention of the free-for-us claims of POPIA, which are coming. I'm very happy he didn't talk about that. That's why I won't even entertain the letter that you got, Chair. I think if people have money to waste in the courts of South Africa, they can go and do that. So I'm happy he didn't mention any of that, because in as far as the POPIA Act is concerned, if people really understand the POPIA Act, this committee did everything possible to protect the information of candidates. We hid their ID numbers. We hid certain parts in the CVs, certain things. That's why we had a special file that we couldn't leave and we couldn't go out with it. So everything that we did was in line with the POPIA Act. Now, if people are just going to come and make such claims and write to you unnecessary letters, Chair, let them do that. We'll meet in court. But we are happy if we have demonstrated to the people of South Africa that we've scrutinized these candidates to the fullest ability. I don't know why people have a problem with us asking candidates questions that are related to their CVs. Because these CVs were not the ones who wrote them. The candidates are the ones who wrote CVs and submitted the CVs to Parliament. So how can a member of Parliament then say, you are not supposed to ask a candidate about their CV? But they wrote this thing to us.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Nonzi.
No, I must make this point, Chair, because you've allowed other members to speak. They've mentioned our names, and you didn't want us to disrupt you when they were speaking. So we have to respond to those things, because it's going to create a very wrong impression to the public. So I don't know why people will say you can't ask about a CV. If someone comes here and says, I've got 10 years experience. Now, as members of Parliament at this level, we must just accept that this person has 10 years experience because they wrote it on their CV that they have 10 years experience. We ought to ask them to say, but my man, how do you have 10 years experience? Because this contradicts another aspect in your particular CV. By the way, Chair, we even got to reveal something, leave the other investigations and the whistleblowers. Through that scrutinization of the CV, the candidate admits and says there was a typo.
Okay, but
That is something that we've managed to achieve. Now, if we're going to listen to what the fellow members of Parliament are saying, that we were not supposed to scrutinize, it means this Parliament was going to run with the impression that that candidate graduated in 2011, when by his own admission he's saying, I graduated in 2021. So why would someone have a problem with that particular revelation unless you are hiding something from the people of South Africa? So we are not part of any agenda that seeks to hide anything from the people of South Africa. If there are candidates who potentially committed a crime, who falsified the CV, who cheated Parliament, who lied to Parliament, who submitted false qualifications to other departments and municipalities in South Africa, we must be able to expose it here in Parliament, not behind closed doors, not anywhere else in Parliament. And if people want to defend criminals, if people want to defend criminality because it's the political party position they were given before they come to this committee, then they will be charged for that. But we must be able to say to the people of South Africa, even when certain members of Parliament wanted to defend a crime, we stood alone even though we stood on our own. It's fine. History will absolve us because very soon investigations are going to take place, certain revelations are going to be made. The people of South Africa must ask, when this question came before Parliament, which side were you standing on? Were you defending this or were you exposing it to the people? So we're not shaken by people who are insecure about their candidates and all of those things. Chair, we're very happy with this list. We're very happy with the manner in which you've run this process. We think that it was fair. We think that we got the best possible young people who are ethical, who are honest, who are qualified. There's a nice mix. I'm happy to see LGBTQI because I think I raised it in the last week that the last board didn't have. So I'm happy to have that representation. I'm happy that we've got disabled youth to ensure that their issues are at the center. I'm also very happy with the gender parity, the gender balance on this particular list of 9 names. The only thing I would have raised, Chair, and maybe you'll clarify it for me, I don't know why we don't write the scores next to them, because we scored these people. And I think, again, it's this culture of hiding things that don't need to be hidden to the people of South Africa. Because we scored these candidates one by one. So why are we hiding that, no, this candidate got 50 and this got what? No, I'm saying you'll clarify it for me, but I must mention it because the people of South Africa know that we have scored these candidates, but we're hiding their scores. The same way we wanted to hide that people falsified their CV, want to hide that someone graduated in 2021, you want to hide that someone has a typo in the CV. I don't understand this.
Okay, thank you,
this must be a transparent process. So please try to clarify. I believe that the people of South Africa know that we scored these people, and we must be able to put their scores there. And that will be the truest report to Parliament. Because when you give President Cyril Ramaphosa and Parliament, you must be able to say, this is what we have scored these people. Because now, it just creates an impression that we just got a list of names from nowhere and we don't know where we got them. And then the last point I want to make, Chair, I know people are getting touched because they were sent to come and defend wrong things. But we're here to speak truth to power.
Chair, if
it's
I
our
may,
character.
I just before he proceeds, I think it is an injustice to members of this portfolio committee if we continue to allow such conduct. We respect you as the chairperson of this portfolio committee, and I think that should apply to all members in this particular portfolio committee. You have requested for him to conclude multiple times, and he clearly is not going to take that instruction. But I think this then sets a very negative and wrong precedent, and Chair cannot be allowed.
Because I want Dr. Tembe to guide us in terms of the issue of the scores.
No, I know I will conclude, Chair.
Electioneering.
Okay, please.
You see, Chair.
Thank you so much. Can I hand over to Honourable Mabel?
When you are sent to come and defend the wrong things in Parliament,
okay, but also, Megan, he's rounding up.
I understand the fire, shame. The member was sent to defend wrong things.
Thank you.
So I'm very patient.
He must indicate I was sent by
the last point
no,
that
Chair, I cannot accept that, and I must be protected as a member of this portfolio
You are
committee.
protected. Can you please just?
Is interrupting me. The member is interrupting me. What she said. Okay,
Honourable Lonzi, thank you very much.
No, but I've got the last point that I want to make. I was disrupted here.
Please round up.
Chair, I'm saying the whistleblower evidence that you have received, I believe that that must be made available to all members of Parliament because it's a very important information. Even the frivolous letter you must give us so that we can see and
I will be guided with Dr. Tembe in terms of that.
I think in the spirit of transparency, everything that the committee receives from the public, it must be shared with us. If it's confidential, we will find creative ways, like last week of having a bulk file, so that we can see the tsotis that we're dealing with in South Africa. Thank you.
Honourable Mabel, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I won't be long. Lord, everything was said by the honourables here. But what I will say, the process was fair and satisfactory. All the questions that were asked were fair and genuine. I think what I will say maybe for the next board, I want to ask a question exactly. that is it possible for the board to be extended to into 9 so that it can accommodate all the provinces. But the process was fair.
Thank you. I
Thank
think,
you.
Honourable Mabel, you are repeating sort of what the Honourable Lonzi had indicated, that it's our prerogative to, as lawmakers, to make further amendments to the NYDA Act, if we so feel. So I think once we are done with this process, we can always see what changes we would like to recommend in terms of age, in terms of number of people that serve on the board. So thank you very much, and thank you also for your constructive inputs. Dr. Tembe, I'm taking the notes of what honourable members are requesting of you, and just in terms of clarity, but I'll come there just in a minute. Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And I would like to start off by acknowledging all the candidates that submitted and put their names forward to be candidates of the NYDA board, and also those who participated in the interview process. I think it takes resilient and forward and innovative young people who want to lead young people's agenda forward, for them to put themselves to such public scrutiny, but also to come and display the capacity and capability. Also taking an appreciation of the demographic groups that are represented. For me, looking at the historical board members or the boards of the NYDA, where we did not previously have the LGBTQA+ and persons with disabilities, it was really encouraging to see this representation as well. And we shall encourage more young people to continue to participate in this process to drive the youth development policy and agenda forward. Chairperson, on my side, I think one would want to appreciate the list that has been articulated. And I think this shows very competent and capable young people who would be able to deliver on the mandate of the NYDA. And I think we have followed quite a diligent process, but taking into consideration that there are levels of bringing, or there are levels that seek to bring this process to disrepute. And I think we must caution against it. And I repeat, Chairperson, that the conduct of Honourable Lonzi is absolutely inappropriate. It cannot be continuously accepted. And I understand that it is his freedom of speech, but we cannot be subjected to this level of abuse, number one. We cannot allow for this portfolio committee to be undermined, the processes that we take resolutions and adopt to be undermined by a portfolio committee member who was parachuted into this portfolio committee at the 11th hour in order for him to disrupt the process and undermine this process. Yes, we appreciate that he highlighted key issues that the portfolio committee needed to look into, but it does not mean we must undermine the entire process. Chairperson, also taking into consideration that the fact that Honourable Lonzi, yes, did mention, we took a resolution that we would be reading out codes of candidates when we are scoring them. So we must not be blind to the reality that Honourable Lonzi went and read the name of the candidate, which goes against the resolution that was taken by this portfolio committee. So it's not that he did not infringe on the resolutions. He did that, and also on the rights of that particular candidate. Had it been any other candidate, we would have stood up the same way we're standing. We're not standing up for any particular candidate. We're standing for the rights of young people and South Africans. Additionally to that, Honourable Lonzi indicated that I have been sent, and I would like for him to perhaps indicate who I've been sent by. But one thing we shall not tolerate, and will not tolerate, is such conduct coming from this young honourable member. Yes, we understand he is electioneering. We know that he is campaigning currently, and he needs to be in good books with his president. But he must not do it at the expense of this portfolio committee and this process, and at the expense of young people. We must not undermine this process. Additionally, Chairperson, we did bring it forward to the portfolio committee on the issue of the age. And we were advised before Honourable Lonzi came. Honourable Lonzi must not think some of these things he's the first to bring them up. No.
Am I one of the candidates here, Chair?
We have discussed
the member is discussing me as
No.
Am I one of the candidates?
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. We did bring it forward, Chairperson, to indicate that the candidates who have perhaps who will be turning the age of 35 or who have passed the age of 35, and we were told that we would be then advised for further clarity. So this was previously brought up by members of the Portfolio Committee. Additionally, we were advised by the Content Advisor and the research team in terms of the findings from HR and also the inability to verify some of the qualifications. So members of this Portfolio Committee were aware of that, and we had taken a resolution, even with other findings, to say that these shortlisted candidates will proceed because of the legal opinion we had been given to say that qualifications are not the premise or the primary focus of candidates being shortlisted or being put into the list, but we look at the holistic capacity and capability prescribed in the legislation. So we must be very mindful. And lastly, Chairperson, in terms of the accusations that are being made, I think we must not create a scenario or a scene where we discourage young people from participating in such processes. Yes, we understand that we want competent, capable, and ethical young people to lead the NYDA board, and we do appreciate Honorable Lonzi for wanting and driving that, but he must drive it in an ethical and principled manner that does not put young people under scrutiny, that does not lead to cyberbullying, knowing that he himself is the one who's championing it. And not only one candidate, multiple candidates have been put under scrutiny and have been cyberbullied through the leadership of Honorable Lonzi, and we must not shy away from that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chauke Adonis. The Honorable Tsiamo Tsotetsi.
I was asked a question, Chair, or...
No, I didn't ask a question.
No, we're going to conclude soon.
Okay.
And then we'll hand over to Dr. Tembe. Please,
All right.
please,
No,
honorable members. I'm really pleading with you.
All right. No, I respect you too much, Chair.
We'll put it in writing.
No, Chair, thank you very much. And let me officially say good morning to members of the committee as well as young people outside and everybody else who's following these proceedings. First, Chair, I must say that if it would have happened that I would have reacted wrongly previously, let me apologize to our people in the country. And it was not necessary to allow oneself to be provoked in that manner. Now, Chair, I think that this process would have produced very credible young people. I just looked at the list. You have 2 doctors, PhD. You have very sensible young people that would have came to present both from the level of the academic space, academic qualifications, as well as the work that they do in society as they come and present. I think there is only one candidate there who is without post-matric qualifications. And I think that is welcome because firstly it communicates a message to young people of South Africa that you need to imagine yourself as young people who are educated so that you can be able to grapple with complex problems which the country is facing. And I think that is able to communicate such a message. Now, of course, Chair, what would have been raised in as far as the question of geographic spread is concerned, it's something that we ought to note. Of course, understanding that we might be incapable in terms of the the makeup of the process to address it now, but it remains something that the committee ought to grapple with and ensure that moving forward we are able to address it, because if the Act itself dictates that you must be able to pay attention to the question of demographics as well as the geographic spread of the country, it becomes natural that a person who is a citizen of the country of South Africa, which is having 9 provinces, would imagine that the best coverage of the geographic spread would at least be 5, so that it can speak to the majority of provinces in the country, as well as giving an opportunity to young people from various provinces to then participate, you will realize that in terms of its current form, Chair, there is too much, or there is a dominant representation of provinces that are within the coastal areas, and the provinces where you inland provinces in the main would only be represented by Gauteng. And I think that moving forward, you ought to improve that situation for young people in other provinces. But also in that note, Chair, as we were dealing with the shortlisting process, we would have realized that there wasn't a lot of applications from this process, from these provinces. Now, as a parting note in the committee, we must be able to encourage young people from all these provinces that they must also imagine themselves as part of young people in the country, and they must participate in the processes that are given where they have an opportunity to showcase their abilities, to showcase their skills, and more importantly, Chair, that will assist them to bring forth the interest of young people who are within their provinces. I think that is the note which we must be able to communicate to young people. I think in terms of the racial balance, we also did well. You see, as well as saying, Chair, to other racial groups in the country, that they must also participate, they must come closer.
Yes.
Because in this process, you would have had one Indian, one colored. We don't have a strong presence of white people. As if young white people, wherever they are, they don't have issues of concern, which they would think that the NYDA has a responsibility to raise them. I'm not raising the issue of white people, Chair, because of any other political reason, but as a country, we have always committed ourselves to the question of reconciliation. You see, if we don't encourage these people to come and participate, we are also going to see themselves isolating themselves on the 16th of December. And we ask ourselves, why is it that the Boers see themselves in isolation of the country, and then they run to Trump? Yes. Say that they are now excluded from South Africa. They are actually excluding themselves, and we must encourage them to say that you need to come in, you need to contribute your ideas, contribute your skills to the betterment of the country in general. We are in South Africa, we've agreed that we are living together. We must be able to ensure that such a belief finds expression in all areas of the society. So I think that is what is important. Look, Chair, I think I also have an advice for you. As a chair, you have 5 years of presiding over this committee. You are going to have a problem, Chair, because this committee is public. The proceedings are public. And you are dealing with politicians here who are, every time after the 5-year cycle, have the responsibility to go and be voted for. Now, chances are this platform will be giving each one of us the space to campaign. And we know that in terms of political parties in the country, there are those who campaign in a very disorderly manner. And I think that such might just find expression in the committee, and you have a responsibility to utilize the laws that are governing the proceedings here to really whip everyone into line. Now, Chair, I'm saying that is the task which you will have to execute for the next 5 years, because I don't think what happened here this was the last time it was happening. I just think that you ought to be firm in your presiding of this process. Chair, I agree with many things that would have happened in as far as the credibility of the process is. If you ask me if the process was fair, I would say that it would have been fair to the larger contingent of the candidates that would have sat before this committee. But glaringly it became unfair to one of the candidates. What do I mean, Chair? I mean that firstly the committee would have agreed, not because there's anything that we are trying to conceal as a committee, but in the interest of fairness, that the response from the candidate must be able to reflect their understanding of the policy of the NYDA and all the areas that have been articulated in the questions that we wanted to pose, that we posed to candidates. And I argue that without necessarily prohibiting any other member from asking anything outside, it would have been, it came out that one of the members of the committee would have asked questions that are outside of that framework. And we are not saying the reason are right or wrong, but it would have disadvantaged the scoring of candidates in as far as those questions are concerned. Because the makeup, Chair, was such that perhaps Honorable Speaker asks a particular question to a candidate, and given how the candidate responds to that question, it's able to give the committee a sense that the committee is well conversant with how or what the policy directs the NYDA to do. And I argue that if Honorable Speaker asks in her turn to ask a question, she doesn't ask the particular question, which would give all of us an ability to see if the candidate has understanding of those things. You are also disadvantaged in terms of your scoring. But also, when for instance, a question that is outside of those format of questions has been asked, you can't say, Chair, that how it's responded to doesn't in any way influence the scoring from other members of the committee. I don't think that such is practical. I think it does, and I think that such was unfair. Now, I think in terms of the credibility of these people that we had, in terms of the credibility of these people that have been displayed on the screen, we have received the best which the process would have produced. And like you said, Chair, that any other thing that would speak to the letter or the litigation and everything is matters of whoever, whether it's a private citizen or whether it's a candidate themselves, that they can be able to ventilate in the platforms where they can be able to. It's not a question that the committee should be seized with. I just felt like I must underscore that in as far as the fairness is concerned, we had a clear display of vengeance when it comes to other candidates, and that could have been unfair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leklape. Before I hand over to Dr. Tembe, if there's anything else that you would like to say, Dr. Tembe. Whereafter I'll ask for someone to adopt the report.
Okay, can I appeal, Chair, that we shouldn't undermine our own work, and that we can ask for a session in the future where we could look back and say, what can we improve?
Yes.
But once we begin this process now, we are undermining the work that we have done. So I just want to appeal to fellow members that whatever our ideas are, whatever we could improve on, let's do that in a closed session in the future.
Yeah, I fully agree,
now,
because
I will move for adoption of the report, whether it's closed or not, but after this process, because otherwise we are being player and referee at the same time.
Yes.
And it's not a good example to set. That would be my appeal, Chair.
Okay, Dr. Leklape has moved for the adoption of the report as tabled. Honorable Sihle Lonze
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Sihle Lonzi, Member of Parliament deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. I would like to second the adoption of the very progressive report of the Portfolio Committee of Women, Children and People with Disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honourable Chauke Adonis, do you want to offer your stamp of approval? Yes. Okay. Dr. Tembe, was there anything that you wanted to still speak to, or are you happy that we've adopted the report? Was that not in your legal expertise to make a summary of that?
Thanks, Chair and honorable members. Just on a parting shot, because I think this has been one of the robust debate of this committee. So I'm also happy that Parliament as an institution has also sent my colleague from legal, because if there is any litigation which comes to this committee, it goes to legal. I mean, the Speaker's office, it will go to legal. So perhaps, I don't know whether still there's a need to clarify some of the issues which were raised by members. Because the report has been adopted, I think that concludes the process. So there's no need.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tembe. Honourable members, I want to conclude on this.
I kept on doing this,
Oh.
then you jumped too low, because I wanted to say before we adopt, it's a question of are we sending the 9 names? Are we not adding the 10th? Okay, I just wanted that clarity. Thank you.
Honourable members, I know that Honourable Tsiamo Tsotsetse, you offered an apology earlier. I think we accept your please.
Now I deserve your apology. I'm not Tsotsetse.
Okay, he's starting again. Yeah, Dr. Leklape, just sit down. Code 1. Okay, from now on, I'll give you a code. I'll just refer to you by number 1. You are number 1. No, colleagues, let's just, we will round up on this matter. I think, we might have disagreed on some of the issues, but I think in closing, just listening to all of you expressing, firstly, that it was an open, transparent, and a fair process, I think we all feel very proud that we've been able to achieve gender parity, that we've got a person with disability, one representing the LGBTI community, and that we've got 2 young people with doctorates. We've got a wide variety of skills. We've got a young person there that comes with board experience. So really, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I want to thank each one of you for the hard work that you've done in us getting to this point. We want to thank all young people for having come forward. And we want to really appreciate that this is the best group of young people, and we feel proud that these are the 9 names that we are recommending to the President for his consideration. So thank you, honourable members, and I'm sorry, I also offer an apology that we were a bit hot-headed earlier in terms of how we engage with each other. It's not really how we want to portray ourselves while the nation is watching, but he will be 80-seat, I'm sure tonight he will be 80-seat out. That's why his hand is up. But thank you, colleagues. We thank the young people, all 1,412 of them who came forward. And we wish the ones well that we will be recommending to the President. And I see 2 hands before we step off this item.
Just a quick one. Actually, honourable member reminded me, I forgot about it. The issue of the scoring as part of the report.
Okay. Dr. Tembe, in fact, you have been part of this process for many, many years. You will be able to give us guidance as to why scoring is not included. And then we want to conclude, honourable members, because we need to move on to the next item.
Thanks, Chair. On that aspect, first, which has been the normal precedent for this committee, when you actually recommend the candidates to Parliament, it's according to ranking. So that has been the previous precedent. But having said that, we are cautious of the the personal information. So that is the deliberation of this committee, the issue of that the ranking. But you cannot perhaps put it out there because I think the POPI Act define what is personal information. I think in the definitions, it says maybe just to read it for your, to put it on record on what is personal information. Personal information means information relating to an identifiable living natural person and where it is applicable, an identifiable existing juristic person, including but not limited to. I'll go to what is relevant for this one. E says the personal opinions, views, or preferences of that person. G, the views or opinions of another individual about the person. And H, the name of the person if it appears with other personal information relating to that person, or if the disclosure of the name itself will reveal information about the person. So that is personal information according to the Act. So.
Chair, no, I'm covered. I just want us to underscore this one. So, Chair, thank you very much. I think, in terms of the referencing of the POPI Act, we are all agreeing that scoring is personal information. Just want us to say yes or no.
No.
Chair?
So this is a very interesting and a tricky question because I think that warrants the testing of the judicial mind because it's a legal gymnastic, this one. I think it also put my con.
No, why happy, Chair? Why happy, Chair? Why happy, Chair? And please, what I was saying is that not that we must be referred to in terms of numbers. Just it would be appreciated that our names are learned and they are pronounced
The
proper.
chairperson is learning.
You see, Chair, and I think that we go to pains to learn your Africans' names and we get them right. So we must also be afforded space that you must learn our African names and pronounce them properly. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chair, you've got 5 years.
The fact of the matter is, no, I think that is quite, no, but I mean, it's now being made an issue as if I'm a person that is Afrikaans speaking and not willing to learn other people's surnames. And I've been a member of the Inkatha Freedom Party for the past 20 years, and I do, no, and the fact of the matter is I take my responsibility as a South African, as one of all of us very seriously. Yeah, okay. Honourable members? No. Honourable members, thank you very much for your participation. Honourable members, we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the briefing on the establishment and appointment of candidates to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and consideration and adoption of the nomination, the council nomination advertisement and program. I'm going to hand over to the legal advisor to take us through. She was with the state law advisors when this bill was passed, so she's the best person just to take us through what we want to achieve, and I will hand over to you, ma'am. Yeah, let's hope.
Mission accomplished.
He's now reached the star status he was hoping for. His president is happy. He will come back to be elected. But as for the cyberbullying, that is something that we as a committee, we widely reject that. And the Poppy Act will still come and find Honourable Lonzi because we as a committee were not guilty of any infringement in terms of the Poppy Act. Thank you, colleagues. Let's move on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members. Once again, my name is Adla Arnold, and I am from Parliamentary's Legal Services, situated here at Parliament. I have been requested to just brief the committee on the establishment and appointment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide and the appointment of members to its board. That is the purpose of this presentation. And I thought before I discuss the appointment of the members to the board, I thought that's prudent that we just have a discussion on the purpose of this Act, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, the purpose of it, the idea behind the Act, the functions of the board, as well as the purpose of this Act as mentioned. And the reason why is because the members that will sit on this board, they essentially have to give effect to the functions of the council. Now, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act 2024, Act number 9 of 2024, was assented to by the President on the 24th of May 2024 and commenced on the 15th of November 2024. So I mentioned that we need to appreciate the grounding of this Act, and the preamble of the Act on the very, very first page of the Act gives us an explanation as to why this Act was considered desirable. It is therefore... Oh. Okay, signal was lost. My apologies. How do you... No. Yeah. Okay, so that is a copy of the preamble of the Act, and the preamble recognizes that South Africa continues to wrestle and deal with the decades of institutionalized racism, sexism, exclusion, structural violence, and other factors that undermines human development and our social cohesion. It recognizes further that gender-based violence and femicide is a social serious evil, and that it takes many, many forms and the most vulnerable members of society, and that gender-based violence is a social evil. And the Act has regards to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and specifically the right to equality, freedom, and security of the person, as well as our international commitments and obligation as a state towards the protection and ending of gender-based violence. The Act also has as its aim or convinced that we need to eliminate gender-based violence, and the only way to do so is if we adopt a multi-sectorial, coordinated government and a whole-of-society approach in order to fight GBV. And it is therefore necessary in order to harness the roles, responsibility, resources, and commitments across government. Now, Section 2 of the Act provides for the purpose of the Act, and the purpose of the Act is to coordinate, and I've mentioned this before, coordinate a multi-sectorial and an intersectorial approach towards the implementation of a national strategy, to give effect to Chapters 1 and 2 of the Constitution, specifically rights such as human dignity, equality, life, and security of the person, as well as to affirm our commitment to building a society that is free from GBVF, and to provide as well as the appointment of the CEO and Secretariat of the board. Now, specifically with regards to the appointment of the members to the board, it is notable that Section 2A of the Act provides that one of the purposes of this Act is to provide for the establishment of the council. When I refer to council here, I'm speaking about the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So the establishment of the council, which is a statutory body and which acts through its board, and the council acting through its board is responsible for providing strategic leadership and elimination of gender-based violence and femicide in South Africa. So that is one of the purposes of this act, is to establish the board, and is to establish the council and the board, and the council acts through the board. Now, Section 3 of the act establishes the National Council on Gender-Based Violence. And Section 3 just confirms that the council is a statutory body which is responsible for providing strategic leadership and coordination in the prevention and response to gender-based violence and femicide in lines with the objects of the council. Now, the object of the council is set out in Section 4, and the functions of the council is set out in Section 5. I won't read verbatim the objects of the council, but it's basically, it speaks again to a multi-sectorial approach which takes into account relevant stakeholders, and this is for the prevention and elimination of gender-based violence. The setting of priorities which is aligned to our national strategy, that is the National Strategy on Gender-Based Violence, as well as facilitation of the sharing of information and best practices. The functions of the council briefly is for the development of the action plan within 6 months of the establishment and implementation of the national strategy. Coordination of measures in order to facilitate education and training concerning prevention and combating of gender-based violence. Ensuring coordination between all structures, establishments in terms of the Act, and in matters relating to the implementation of the national strategy, as well as facilitating strategic partnerships between the council and relevant stakeholders as and when required, and also facilitation of the establishment of the referred to intersectorial and multi-sectorial structures to jointly prevent and respond to GBVF in South Africa. There's also an object of the council which seeks to coordinate the prioritization of gender-based violence and femicide programs at the national, provincial and local level. The council is also required to advise the minister on aspects such as the developments relating to the prevention and response to GBVF, as well as our international standards, which needs to be adhered to as South Africa. There's an obligation in terms of Section 5, as well as which requires the council to report to the minister at least 4 times a year on the performance of its functions. So that is briefly the objects and the functions of the council, and the reason why it's important is because the council, as a statutory body, provides strategic leadership in the prevention and response to GBVF in line with the objects of the council. And as I mentioned, the object of the council is set out in Section 4. So in order to understand the work of the council and the work of the board, we need to have regard to Section 4 and Section 5 of the Act, which provides the objects and the functions of the council. The council is subject to the Public Finance Management Act. And as mentioned, I already mentioned that the council acts through its board. Now, Section 6 provides for the board of the council. Now, this is a very unique board, and this table just highlights the members that would sit on this board. There's a total of 15 members that will sit on the board, but it's split up into into 7 members who are represented from civil society and private sector, and that is in terms of Section 6(1)(a) of the Act. And then the remaining 8 members are representatives from the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Social Development, Health, Cockter Police Service, as well as NPA. And then the other person who sits on the board is the Chief Executive Officer, as an ex officio member, but the Chief Executive Officer has no voting rights. So in terms of this board, there are 15 members who sit on the board, but we need to keep in mind that there is a distinction between the first 8 members the first 7 members who are representatives from civil society and private sector, and then there's the remaining 8 members. Now, where Parliament comes in is only with regards to the first 7 members. The 8 members who comes from our national government departments, they will be nominated by the department. The 7 members are appointed by the President, but on recommendation by Parliament. And that is where this portfolio committee comes into play, only with regards to the 7 members representing civil society and private sector. So that is section 6 of the Act, and like I said, 15, a distinction between section 6.1a members and section 6.1b members. Now, section 2 just confirms, as I said already, that the 7 members who represent civil society and the private sector are appointed by the President. However, before this appointment, there is a screening which takes place in terms of the National Strategic Intelligence Act. And then in terms of section 6.3, and I mentioned this is where Parliament comes in, and this is where this committee would be required to do work and consider the appointment of the 7 members of the board which represent civil society and the private sector. The President will appoint the 7 members of the board from a list of persons recommended by the National Assembly by way of a resolution with a supporting vote of a majority of the members of the Assembly. And as I pointed out, this is where this committee is now going to have to consider those names which comes forth, and they will come from civil society and private sector. The committee will not be considering the 8 members who are nominated from the government departments in terms of section 6.1b of the Act. I've just again highlighted the nominated members. So we can basically make a distinction between appointed members, section 6.1a, civil society and private sectors, and then nominated members from the different departments. And those are the departments where the 8 members will come from. Section 6.1b just confirms that the nominated members are nominated by the respective cabinet member. So the cabinet member for justice, for example, the cabinet member for health, for example, and it's required that the nominated member not hold a rank lower than Deputy Director General, and this is in terms of section 6.4 of the Act. Now, the requirements the requirements to be appointed as a board member, the person needs to be a fit and proper person to hold office. The person needs to have or possess the applicable knowledge and expertise with regards to matters that are related to the purpose of the Act. And this is where my discussion or where I highlighted section 4 and section 5 of the Act, as well as the preamble, the work of this Act, of this Council, will come into play, come into consideration. And then, as we've seen with the NYDA, reflect the demographics and geographical spread of South Africa, keeping in mind that it is only 7 members. I know one of the honourable members asked whether with the NYDA, can we not have 9 in order to ensure that all the provinces are catered for. Therefore, in this circumstance, we cannot have 9 members in order to cater for all the provinces. We are restricted to 7. However, there is an obligation to reflect the demographics and geographical spread of South Africa. And the person needs to be fit and proper and have the applicable knowledge and expertise. Now, what is fit and proper person to hold office? I think the other 2 requirements will come forth as you look at the CVs, you look at people's qualifications, you look at race, you look at where the candidate comes from. you look at the objective facts of each case, that will come through. However, it's a fit and proper person, and the question is always, what is a fit and proper person? Now, our courts have laid down, the definition of fit and proper is not defined in the Act, it's not defined in any legislation, so it's to our jurisprudence or to our courts that we look at in order to understand what is meant by fit and proper, in order to understand what you are looking for in your candidate. Is your candidate a fit and proper person? So in ex parte, the court found that the fit and proper standard is a value judgment. In Law Society Transvaal, the court, in consideration of the fit and proper person requirement within the legal profession, and found that the character screening prevents the right to choose one's own profession from being abused by criminally minded attorneys. In Wassen versus Law Society of the Cape, the court found that an attorney was not a fit and proper person, as honesty, reliability, and integrity is expected. Now, I briefly had sight of the draft questionnaire, and I remember specifically seeing that there is a question which touches on honesty, reliability, and integrity, and that question is dealing with this question of fit and proper person. In Democratic Alliance versus President of South Africa, the Constitutional Court, regarding the requirement of fit and proper person and the requirement that the National Director of Public Prosecutions needs to be a fit and proper person, found that this is a fact capable of objective determination, not subjective determination, not what you subjectively feel whether a candidate is a fit and proper person. So the Portfolio Committee, in consideration of this requirement of fit and proper person to hold office, may therefore make an objective value judgment as to whether a candidate is fit and proper. In addition, a character screening of the individual may be utilized, and characteristics applicable here include, for example, integrity, reliability, and honesty, as highlighted and which comes through on the questionnaire. So we have our requirements in order to be appointed to the board, and those are our 3 requirements. However, there are also specific disqualifications which are set out in Section 7 of the Act, and these disqualifications prevent a person from being appointed to the board or from remaining a member of the board. So the first one is if a person has been convicted of a gender-based violence and femicide-related offence or any other criminal offence and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine. If the person becomes insolvent, if the person has been declared to be of unsound mind, if the person is directly or indirectly doing business with the council and fails to declare the interest and the nature thereof in the manner as required by this Act. Section 8 sets out the obligation in order to declare your business. If the person is under curatorship, has at any time been removed from an office of trust on account of any form of misconduct, including sexual harassment, corruption, theft, or fraud, or fails to disclose an interest in accordance with Section 8, or attended or participated in the proceedings of the board while having an interest contemplated in Section 8. And again, the draft questionnaire, which I've had sight of, takes into consideration these disqualification factors. The questionnaire asks, have you ever been convicted of a gender-based violence and femicide-related offence or any other offence? Have you ever been declared insolvent, etc., etc.? Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arnolds. Can I ask whether anybody would like to ask in?
My apologies, Chair. I forgot that I had summarised other sections of the Act, but perhaps I could just share this with the committee and it can be sent to the members. It's just a brief summary of the other sections of the Act, so maybe just a quick reference when you're dealing with the Act, just to see what the section deals with. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I ask if there are any hands for clarity-seeking questions? Honourable Mabel.
Thank you very much, Chair. What I want to know, Chair, why, if I may ask, is this 7 because now in this board again, they are talking about 7 members who are going to be appointed by the president. And on the other side, we have 9 provinces whereby each and every province must be represented. Each and every province must be represented. I fail to understand why is this 7, if it can be explained to us what is the logic, because it won't be reflecting a geographical spread, as they say.
Honourable Dr. Leklape, followed by Honourable Lonzi, followed by Honourable Spies.
Just a few questions. The first would be, what are the powers that this council has, and what are its deliverables? Because I'm concerned about all the structures, and you're supposed to coordinate 8 departments, but you've got no powers over them. When they don't comply, there's nothing that you can do. And what is your deliverable? What can you hold you to account to say you're going to deliver 1, 2, and 3, so that whether you know you're fit for purpose or not? Or is this just another thing that's going to eat? And in terms of the connection with the ground, because it looks like this is about coordinating in government, and we have civil servants. For the 8 that come from the departments, when you're saying no lower than a deputy director general, you become quite narrow in terms of who's going to sit. Would we apply the same lens of fit and proper to those people that are already in jobs? You know, if you are a deputy director general that has been implicated in GBV, but you are in the job, are you now going to be parachuted in despite all those issues? Will there be cleanup? Because suddenly, when you come from there, you're just nominated by a cabinet member, and there's no scrutinizing as to whether you are fit for purpose. And lastly, this committee has something called Commission for Gender Equality. And in the preamble, they talk about, they refer to matters in the Constitution that talks about gender equality. We have a Commission for Gender Equality. What will be the relationship between this commission and that commission? Who does what? Because there seems to be a potential of overlap, given the challenges that the Commission for Gender Equality has about coordination, getting departments to cooperate with each other. How is this going to work? Because if you don't have powers, you know, the people will just laugh at you and they walk away, which is exactly what happens in our society. So I just, my apologies, I'm new in Parliament. Some of you may have been part of the discussions on this, but you could probably enlighten us, because I'm concerned about structures that are created with offices, duplication of admin staff, and there's no money to do the work on the ground.
Thank you, Doc. Honourable Lonzi.
No, thank you, Chair. I think I want to echo the sentiments of the previous speaker. Although I will also make the point again, really once something is adopted and it's in an act and it's there, there's not much we can do but just to comply with the act. I was just going to ask the honourable lady who presented to us, maybe to share with us that information to answer some of these questions. Because the reality is that even if we feel that this board is not going to be helpful, we have to appoint it. We're expected by law. So I think that becomes the difficulty with some of the things we have to implement as a portfolio committee, that we may have our own individual critiques and reservations about them. But once the president has signed it and it's law, we don't have a choice but to pursue. A conversation then we can have afterwards is then looking into an amendment of the particular act. But now we're here, we have to appoint the board. I was just going to ask that, can we be given a much more substantive bulk document or whatever, so that even as we engage in this process of bringing in board members, we're fully aware of what is required of them. The last point I'll make, Chair, I think the committee must go an extra mile when it comes to verifying, because I see here it also talks about people must submit certified documents and all of this. But I think as a committee, we must develop some process that goes the extra mile, because these things, they get falsified. That's the reality. I know you may think I'm going to an old discussion, but that's the reality. Like, if someone just gives us a certified thing here on Section 2, for example, or Section 3, we can't just take it as they give us. And one organ of the state, I believe that there must be some collaborative effort between us, even in institutions of higher learning. I mean, I don't understand why Parliament can't write to an institution and say, look, yes, we know there are difficulties of debt and all of that, but can you just don't give us the certificate if you are withholding it, but can we verify that this thing even exists to begin with? So, but that's just on us as a committee as we go into this process, that can we be much more thorough when it comes to verifying information that potential candidates of these boards give us. Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Spies, followed by Honourable Shabango, followed by Honourable Chauke Adonis.
Chair, mine is on the 8 officials. And my question is basically, how will the appointment process be, how will we ensure that the appointment process is transparent, that it's inclusive and merit-based, and what measures will what measures will be taken to prevent potential conflict of interest and maybe political interference? And then there's the issue was raised by the Madam Arnold, that 4 times a year, that is the times when they will report to us, to Parliament. Now, I find it a bit, for a council of such importance and of such significance, is that enough? Is it sufficient? Should we not, given that this council needs to, for many reasons, this council reporting should be determined probably by specific needs and priorities, as well as maybe the oversight requirements of Parliament. So there might be issues in between that time, and I'm sure there's provision made that they can be called in between those times to Parliament. But I'm just wanting clarity on that part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Please switch off. Thank you, Chair. If my memory serves me well, the last meeting of the Portfolio Committee, maybe I will be corrected, I think this was part of the reports that were presented, not in detail in Act and whatever, but the mentioning of the National Council of GBV. I ask a question on, is it not a duplication of these other entities that are there? I remember the Deputy Minister was very explicit to say, because the Minister apologized and she left, she said, it's not a duplication, and the people mustn't think that this National Council of GBV, we had our own understanding. So she had to clarify us that it's not what we think it is, and it's not a duplication out. Because my question was more or less similar to what the other honorable members have asked. Though the mandate was not explained in that meeting, but I remember it was a portfolio committee, but they mentioned that it will do something different from this other CGE and whatever. I think that was in our last minute meeting, yes. Now, something disturbed me because I had a second. Okay, and it's just a concern, like the Honorable Losi says, Uti, once it's law, it's law. Because it's the same as the NYDA board. Politicians appoint these members. We interview, we appoint them. They report to minister and they go there as deployed. You know, you need that maturity from those candidates to know that they are there to work to deliver to the South African at large and also respect the head of the department. But it's a concern for me because I remember I mentioned this on the NYDA. It's law, but it's something that needs to be looked at because there we go again. It's another board that must appointed by politicians, then they are deployed and report to the minister. And I wonder the working relations and stuff like that. It's a concern that I'm just, it's a drop in an ocean, but it needs to be looked at because I really, maybe it's because I'm new in parliament, I don't understand why the politician should appoint these boards and then they don't report to us. They will come to us with the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability. They are under the minister. Thank you, Chair.
Shawango. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and I would like to also just appreciate the overview and presentation that was given to us on this process that we'll be undertaking. And I think I would like to also just echo the sentiments of my colleagues as well on the element of perhaps what is the proximity of this portfolio committee and this particular institution, which would be the board. And I think that raises some concerns in terms of what oversight responsibility would we have as a portfolio committee in terms of the reporting matrix or mechanism. Additionally, Honorable Shivangu indicated that if they are then politically appointed or appointed through departmental processes, how do we then get to a point of participating in this process? So one would want to understand that there are perhaps two processes that will be undertaken, which one process will come from us, which will section a certain number of representatives, and another will come from the departments. But how do we then accurately advocate or accurately have an ability to say that those who are being deployed or those who are then placed in this board are competent and capable if they are not coming through this particular process. Additionally, I would want to find out what is the consulting process with ourselves and the departments that are going to then put the delegates or candidates forward. I think that is equally important, and I think what was also articulated was to speak to, yes, in as much as we are unable to make any form of amendments, and I think this was indicated by Honorable Lonzi, we must actually appoint this particular structure. But one would also want to take into consideration, which was also mentioned, to say what is the expectation with the geographical spread. And I know it's sort of a recommendation, but are there any, how do I put it, are there any legal implications to say that it is something that is set in stone, that there must be representation from all 9 provinces, or what would the balance be so that we do not find ourselves in a situation where you've got only 2 or 3 provinces represented, when we could have actually from the onset indicated that as part of our resolutions that we want a minimum of 5 provinces represented, etc. Chairperson, one would want to also look at this process and have an appreciation in terms of those who will then be interested in participating in being part of or being appointed in the board. would we then also open it up to civil organizations? So the advocacy organizations, would they also be given the ability to make their recommendations, or will this sort of be closed to a particular section, or I don't want to say sector, for appointment? One would also just want to find out, because we want to ensure that even civil society are able to bring those that they feel are capable, competent, and are meeting the prescribed criteria forward to be part of this particular structure. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Our whip, Ms. Arnold.
Sorry, just a quick one, Chair.
Okay.
I felt like something interrupted.
Just a follow-up?
It was also mentioned that in that report, in red, it was said this process will be implemented once the resources are available. So I just want to register that so that we do not go through a process while we're waiting for resources that are not available. Thank you.
In fact, what had transpired in our last meeting, remember the Honourable Minister and the DG informed us about the numbers that is required. Remember, we had already received a letter from the Speaker asking us to start this process. The reason why we, and I want to put it, delayed, well, it's not the right word. The reason why we were cautious to start the work is because we are saying we need to make sure that the adequate funds are in place. Because otherwise, if there's no budget, we'll be setting up this council for failure. So that is also why Dr. Leklape keeps on asking the question in terms of, how will it be different from what the CGE is already doing? And I think we as a portfolio committee wanted to do due diligence to say, look, we've been asked to start this work. What is the budget required? Is the budget available considering our department's limited resources? And then we will start the work, because I think just the setup costs were given to us as 53.6 million or to that effect. So we needed to make sure that that budget is in place. The Minister and the DG gave us an undertaking that they'd been talking to the President, and that the President himself had said that that funds would be made available. But we still need to get that commitment at some stage. But Ms. Arnold, you might not be able to answer all the questions because some of them are political in nature and some of them are budget related, but you can answer what you can at this stage, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will try my best to answer those questions that I can and that are of legal nature. Keeping in mind that my mandate was to brief on the establishment of the council and the appointment of the members to the board. So insofar as we have 7 members who will be appointed to this board, and this is the Section 61A members. These are the members which come from civil society and private sector. And why not 9? That is essentially the question, because we have 9 provinces. The Act specifies 7, a split 7, 8, in total 15. Now, that was a policy decision, and it was implemented and given to effect in the previous administration. It is in the legislation. There is no room at this point in time to appoint 9 members in order to ensure that you have a member from each of the provinces. However, as mentioned, the Act does require that one of the requirements is that you have a geographical spread. How the committee meets that requirement, that is for the committee's consideration and domain. You will have to try and meet that requirement to the best of its ability, taking into account the names and the candidates that are put forth. The role of the council, the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, and the CGE, they are 2 separate entities. The CGE is a Chapter 9 institution established in specifically Section 187 of the Constitution, and the CGE deals with aspects of gender equality. And the Commission on Gender Equality promotes and respects gender equality and the protection and development and attainment of gender equality. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is concerned with gender-based violence and femicide, which is different to gender equality. While there is an intersection between these concepts, as we can recognize that those who are frequently or those who frequently suffer from gender-based violence is usually those who are also affected by gender inequality. Gender-based violence is different and it is defined by the Act. And gender-based violence is defined to mean violence associated with gender, which includes physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, economic, domestic, educational or psychological abuse or threats of such acts of abuse in a public or private life. So there is a distinction between the work of the CGE and the work of the Council, and the legislative mandates are clearly distinct. The CGE is a Chapter 9 institution in terms of Section 187 of the Constitution, and it has its own legislation compared to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which has its own legislation, this Act, which has been recently enacted. How will we ensure that the eight officials who are appointed or nominated by the different government departments are competent or meet the standards? There is no role to play for this portfolio committee when those names are put forth. That is an executive action. It's put forth by the cabinet member from the respective government departments. However, this committee or Parliament does have a role to play if there is the removal of any of the members on the board. Then Parliament does come in, and that is in terms of section term of office. Generally, so I can't locate the section now, but Parliament does have a role to play when a member of the board is removed, and the Act lists the grounds in terms of when a member can be removed. So it's not to say that those members have free rein and can do whatever they want. With regards to this, with regards to screening or such, these are government employees, and most government employees do go through their own HR processes with regards to screening and whether there is any criminal convictions and the like. Oversight and reporting, yes, the Act does say that the Council needs to report 4 times a year. However, Section 5.3 does go on to say, and the Minister must cause such report to be tabled in Parliament as required. And the proviso there is provided that the Council may at any time submit any other report if it's deemed necessary by Parliament. So we are not restricted to only 4 times a year. The Parliament, this committee, can call the Council to report on any other additional matters, and that will accord with Section 55 of the Constitution, which provides Parliament with ultimate oversight responsibility over any action of an organ of state. Whether the Council has teeth, that at this point in time, that is a debate which is going on. It's a policy debate, and I can't comment with regards to the work of the Council, as the Council is still yet to perform that work. And then appointment of the board members, Section 6.1b, and Parliament's role therein. I think I've touched on this already. Parliament doesn't have a role with regards to that appointment. That is essentially an executive action. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honourable members.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arnolds. I want Ms. Ndumizweni to take us through the advertisement and the programme for the committee's adoption or consideration and adoption.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. We circulated, in fact, the members do have the copies of the draft advert. So this is what happens, Chair. We have drafted this advert based on what the Act requires, and we've drafted it based on how we drafted the NYDA one. So I'm not sure, Chair, if I must just to read it through. So the advert says, is drafted as follows. Invitation for nomination and application for individuals to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. The Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities invites members of the public from the civil society and private sector to apply to apply organizations or individuals to nominate candidates suitable for the appointment to serve on the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide as mandated by the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act number 9 of 2004. All applicants or nominees will be required to complete an online form, which the link will be attached later on the parliamentary website. All applicants and nominees are required to upload certified CV not older than 6 months of their identity documents and academic qualifications. Shortlisted candidates and their resumes will be published on the parliamentary website to allow members of the public to comment on the suitability of the candidates. Disclosure of personal information of candidates is subject to lawful processing and secure storage. All shortlisted candidates will be subject to pre-employment screening by the State Security Agency and verification of qualifications by Parliamentary Human Resource Department. All applications will be in line with the Protection of Personal Information Act number 4 of 2013 and the Employment Equity Act number 55 of 1998. The President will, on recommendation of Parliament, appoint a member to the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide for a term of office not exceeding 3 years. Each member of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide holds the office for a period not exceeding 3 years, but is eligible for reappointment for only one additional term, not exceeding 3 years, and is also eligible for an extension of office for a period not exceeding 6 months. The requirements, as the legal advisor stated before, are as follows. As per the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, the candidate must be A, fit and proper person to hold office, B, be a person with applicable knowledge and expertise with regard to matters that are related to the purpose of National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act. 3, which is C, to reflect the demographics and geographical spread of South Africa. Nominations and applications must contain full name, address, and contact details of the person or organization making nomination, as well as signed acceptance of the nomination by the nominee, including the nominator. The closing date will then be decided by the committee and all that stuff. So coming to the program, Chair, so far there's no clear program, but what happens is that there's just a number of processes that we need to ensure that we implement before doing this. For an example, once the committee adopts this draft advertisement, it means that we have to go to languages for them to translate, for translation, because it has to be out. In fact, we have to ensure that the advertisement caters for all South African official languages, which in this case will be 11. And therefore, from there, we're going to request for codes. So there's just a lot of those. So all that I'm trying to say, Chair, is that once this gets adopted, then the secretariat of the committee will then be in a better position to actually come up with a clear program in terms of how and when the process will be finalized. Because with the NYDA, we started by having the program, and due to shortcomings and number of hiccups, we couldn't stick to the program because there were issues with advertisements, there were issues with supply chain based challenges and all that stuff. So I think for now that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mdumizweni. Colleagues, I want to check if you are happy with the presentations that you have received. Is there anything you want to say, Ms. Abrams?
To take members through the application.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Chairperson and members. As indicated in the advert, a similar process will be followed like we did with the NYDA in terms of having a link in which anyone in civil society, whether they'd like to apply or be nominated, can access an online application. The reason for the online application is Parliament is going paperless, and we do foresee a huge interest from many persons and organizations in the country for this council. And hence the application form would be online. The cover, again, the committee would need to take a decision as to when you'd like the advert to run and for how long. For the NYDA, because we ran over a December period, we took more than 30 days. Usually it's about 2 to 3 weeks in which an advert runs, but because of the holiday period, we took more than 30 days. We're in March now, we're having Easter come up on holidays as well as May Day holidays. So again, the members and committee would need to give guidance as to how long you'd want the advert to run. The application form was devised using the Act as a guide, and we've liaised with Ms. Arnold just in terms to ensure that some of the issues that that is outlined in the Act are covered in terms of our questions. So Section 1, just request the personal information for the particular candidate applicant. Again, we specify in terms of gender and race as well as disability. Section 2 is the education, and again we request certified copies of qualifications not older than 6 months. In terms of work experience, again a request in terms of employed, self-employed, unemployed student. For Section 4, please explain why you believe you should be considered to serve as a board member of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. How will you contribute to the effective functioning of the council? And this is just the preliminary when members, again, you'd receive the Excel spreadsheet, you'd have a sense of the person applying, why they deem themselves a suitable candidate. Section 5, general, which sectors you currently represent. Again, in terms of civil society, we don't have a definitive list, but these are just some of the sectors: children, disability, women, youth, elderly, LGBTQIA+, other, private sector, trade union, and other. We welcome suggestions from members if there's anything in addition we should add. 17, any experience as a board member before. 18, any circumstances, financial or otherwise, known to you which may cast doubt on your fitness to hold office. And that links directly to what Ms. Arnold presented to members earlier on about fit and proper. So again, at the end of this application, the person would need to indicate that what they've said is an honest reflection, and if there are instances, there's an opportunity for the person to explain. Have you ever been convicted of a gender-based violence and femicide-related offence or any other criminal offence and sentenced to a term of imprisonment without the option of a fine or any other disreputable or dishonourable conduct? 20, are you currently insolvent? 21, has a competent court ever declared you to be of unsound mind? Are you under curatorship? 22. 23, has any professional body ever found you guilty of unprofessional or disgraceful misconduct? 24, have you been removed from an office of trust on an account of any form of misconduct, including sexual harassment, corruption, theft, or fraud. Please take account of your current and previous places of employment, educational establishment when answering. 25, are there any other relevant matters which concern your honesty, integrity, and reliability, which you should bring to the attention of the committee? 26, do you have any interest in a company, a non-governmental organization, or any other business interest which may affect the work of the council? And 27, in the case where you have been nominated, with itself or nomination, you can upload your nomination letter. And for summary of resume, like we've done with the NYDA process, we'd request every applicant to submit a summary of their CV covering these particular matters, bearing in mind issues of the POPI Act. And then finally, under Section 7, declaration, hereby declare the information provided is true and correct. Understand that any willful dishonesty or non-submission of required documents may render for disqualification of this application. If this application is successful, I authorize Parliament of South Africa to keep this information in my personal file. Otherwise, all information will be destroyed within 3 months after the date of application. I authorize Parliament of South Africa to disclose in a confidential manner any information supplied in this application to the relevant parties, namely the Human Resource Management and State Security Agency, for verification of qualifications and screening in the event that I am shortlisted. I also understand that in the event I am shortlisted, a summary of my resume as outlined in Section 6 of this application will be open for public commentary for a limited period. I agree that the information provided was submitted by myself and all responses are a true reflection of my employment and personal history, and that Parliament will not be held liable for incorrect information provided by the applicant, either by willful act or negligence. And then the person will just need to, at the end, yes or no. Chairperson, members, that just in summary looks at some of the key information that we'd be requesting. And it coincides with the requirements in the Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Abrams. Honourable members, I'm sure you're all happy with the proposed advertisement and the details that the candidates would have to fill out. I think, as was the case with the NYDA advertisement, we will keep the advertisement up for a month, and we will also allow a public commentary period of a month, if honourable members are happy with that. But we can also resolve to first wait for the department to come back to us in terms of their APP and look at the estimated national expenditure for 2026 to see what funds are being allocated for this council before we proceed with the work of advertising and getting the ball rolling. So that really is then the process and the briefing that we wanted to give to honourable members. So if you're happy to approve the ad and the application form, we can do so, but we can also wait for the department to come back to us in terms of the budget that is to be allocated before we start the work. Honourable members, honourables, please.
Chair, I think this matter is really very crucial, and I think we must move on the premise that there was a commitment made that the money will be found.
Okay.
And the money must be found for something such as important that Parliament agreed to a year ago already. So I would suggest that we move along and proceed.
Okay. Can I then ask for somebody to move for the adoption of the advertisement and the application form? Honourable Leklape, followed by Honourable Chalke Adonis.
I'm not disagreeing with what has been put, but we can do both. We approve it, and people must show us the money.
Yeah. That's fine. So please may I then ask for somebody to move for the Honourable Chalke Adonis?
Yeah.
Did you want me to? Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just wanted to clarity because I was just going through the application form before I move forward to for the motion to adopt. On the application form, is there an area where it gives provision to disclose disability? Perhaps before I proceed.
It is there.
It is there. Then I am covered. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Then I move for the adoption of the proposed advert and the proposed application form. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chalke Adwinas. Can I get a seconder, please? Dr. Leclerc, seconds. Honourable members, thank you very much. It's now exactly 5 minutes past 1. This brings to a close our meeting. We will adopt our minutes and our reports in the next meeting because I know everyone still wants to have lunch and you want to run, and then I will be in trouble for putting you on a diet, and then the chairperson will be, she's not firm enough and now she's putting members on a diet, so let me just rather excuse you. And we will adopt the minutes and the report next week. Thank you very much, honourable members. Thank you. We've concluded. Yes, it will be virtual. Next week's meeting will be virtual. Oh, no. Oh. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. It will be virtual next week. Oh, you have to make up, Honourable.